T'es la meilleure chose qui m'est arrivée, mais aussi la pire chose qui m'est arrivée. Ce jour où je t'ai rencontré, j'aurais peut-être préféré que ce jour ne soit jamais arrivé. La pire des bénédictions, la plus belle des malédictions. De toi je devrais m'éloigner, mais comme dit le dicton, plutôt qu'être seul, mieux vaut être mal accompagné. Tu sais ce qu'on dit, sois près de tes amis les plus chers, mais aussi
encore plus près de tes adversaires.
mais ma meilleure ennemie c'est toi. Fuis-moi, le pire c'est toi et moi.
Mais si tu cherches encore ma voix, oublie-moi. Le pire c'est toi et moi.
body's on the line now. I can't fight this time now. I can feel the light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Will they still let me over if I cross the line? Take a seat, but I'd rather you not be here for what could be my final form. Stay your pretty eyes on course. Keep the memories of who I was before. So stay with me because my body's on the line now. I can't fight this time now. I can feel the light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Will they still let me over if I cross the line? Honestly, I thought I was fully prepared for the threshold in store. Stay your pretty eyes on course. I guess I've never really faced my fears before. So stay with me because my body's on the line now. Pull the blanket tight now. I can feel the light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Will they still let me over if I cross the line? Please don't let them see me. Sure, there's nothing left to try. I can feel the light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Will they still let me over if I cross the line? If I cross the line. If I cross the line.
I was raised by wolves. I was born to lead, and I starve till there's no more mouth to feed. There's a hand on my throat and a blade at my feet, but the weight of the world won't bend my knees. Broken bones, battle scars. I've seen the bloodshed carved in stone. When it's my sword, they won't forget. No war, no peace, till I lead them all. Lead me with my demons, hear my voice call. No fears or sorrow, is all I know.
It is a great honor on this day, 24th of summer, to unite Kyle and Fistme in the bonds of marriage. What the hell?
Bye bye. Yes, Joseph Bell as well.
You're going?
Bye guys.
I'm not looking for trouble, I swear. Okay, Doris. Okay. What's happening? I don't know, I somehow landed here.
Why did you?
Why is that? I built!
Why did you go all the way to Loot Lake?
Which one all the way to Blue?
She went to Loot Lake. Oh my
What the
god.
hell?
We're not mentioning this.
I just want to understand why.
What? Roach? What's going on? Yeah, blue balls are a problem usually. I'm gonna do stupid. Get not that stupid. I hate you.
I don't trust Cole.
Camino, don't push down on me.
Like, how do you expect me to know how my teammates are named? Or actually my anti-teammates? Or opponents? Opponents.
Stop slapping me with your tail. She took over the stream. That's my face, dude. My face. Fine. Okay. Oh, no!
I think it's because you don't get the
Yeah, I didn't. I
Why
swear.
did you jump?
I didn't!
Oh my...
Kyle Fist!
Yeah.
And here I have a gun that's dangerous.
Open for business. 2 out of 3 holes.
Oh my god!
Well. Fancy seeing you here. Hi, hello. How is everyone doing tonight? Are you ready for the shenanigans? Is that something you're ready for? Well, today I'm
Chug.
hydrating, I guess.
Thank you, Kyleman _ for keeping Seb hydrated.
Right, you reminded me I forgot to bring my bottle of tea. I'll be right back. There we go. Bottle of peach tea. Well, it's white tea with peach flavor. More specifically. Okay, let me just... Oh my god. There we go. Okay, that was harder than I thought. Okay, all hydrated. Sorry. Oh. I'm sorry, Tracer. Blue came home, so Tracer is being unhinged. Okay, sorry about that. Blue just came home. Tracer became completely unhinged. The whole thing. But yeah, what was I saying? I was saying something. I forgot what I was saying. I have coffee. And yes, I'm taking you guys on a vacation to Greece right now. I tested it earlier. Everything worked the best it can, I guess. And also, I did manage to catch us up with the story, so we can just load the game, and we're gonna be right where we stopped last time. So yeah, it should be all good. And let me just kick back, relax. We have white peach tea. I'm kind of annoyed. You can just see like a little green border, but I'm kind of annoyed because I can see like just a tiny bit, like it's in a window, and it's just a tiny bit of my background. It's so annoying. All good until the game glitches come out. Yeah. Man, I gotta make a new like intro video and the page video. More updated with more current glitches and funnies. Because okay, as frustrating as it was on Tuesday, it was hilarious. Give me a sec. Okay. Resume game. Oh, actually, load game, I guess. So now we're on save game 7. Sorry, I was giving like a tiny report to Blue what Tracer did today. But yeah, so now we're on the save game 7, and that is
I've acquired new evidence that leads me to believe
this.
it is the Scion itself that is in some strange way a vast library of information to rival even Alexandria. I am now convinced that if I can obtain it, I will finally discover what happened to my beloved Amelia.
Oh, Pierre, you litterbug.
And she just throws it back, like. Yeah, yeah. She is putting herself in detention. Yeah. Okay, so if I recall, yep, I recall. Oh, oh fuck! There's 2 of them. Oh, no, help! I was not ready. Damn.
I suppose you're more of a dog person.
That lol.
Natalie doesn't honor her contracts, Pierre. I'd move on if I were you.
No, mademoiselle. Nanda and I understand each other. I find things for her, and she rewards me handsomely. But you see that everything she does
Yeah, Kyle has already hydrated me.
are not trusted.
I trust my instincts.
I am stretching.
That's why you are second place. I am professional, mademoiselle. I focus on the job, and I get paid.
There's more to life than money, Pierre.
This isn't life, mademoiselle. It's business. Your compulsion prevents you from seeing the difference.
It hasn't prevented me from getting a piece of the Scion. How's business for you?
Touché. So then, why
He
don't we
could
see
have
if
killed
somebody
her
can
there.
sell the next piece?
But also, how rich coming from her. There's more to life than money. Bitch, you're a millionaire. Like- sorry. Lara, you're a fucking millionaire. What do you mean? There's more to life than money. You have a butler. A private butler. And, like, you... I believe that Lara is what we call a nepo baby. Like, her parents were rich. She's super rich. She doesn't have to work. She just goes around adventuring. Like, easy for her to say that there's more to life than money. You still don't grasp your head around why they decided to make her a rich bitch. Because her parents were like this super famous archaeologists. And we all know apparently archaeologists that managed to get worker rich. Obviously, that's how it works. So where is she supposed to go? Oh, there, probably. Okay. So can you jump there from here, Lara? Is that a possibility? No, you can't. Okay. So we have to jump from up there. Maybe it's like the age we're living in that makes me like feel a little bit of an ick when a rich person is like, oh, there's more to life than money. There's definitely more to life than money when you don't have to work a single fucking day in your life. I mean, okay, I'm not saying she's not working. She's kind of working. This is her job. Adventuring, discovering artifacts. But, like, if she was a proper archaeologist, like, she would be in a dig somewhere, swiping them, you know? Yeah. Yeah, she could. I mean, to be fair, okay. So her work is worth as much as my work. Okay, to put it in perspective. She's doing what she loves, and she rarely gives things to museums. She just keeps them. So she's not even getting like royalties from the things she found. No, she's just, you know, enjoying life. Because that's how rich she is. She doesn't have to give things to a museum. Or, you know, sell to the governments or whatever. Am I a little stuck here? Oh, I'm not. I'm good. And this is also interesting. I believe I have to jump over there. But also over there. To reach something else. Let's go here first. Ugh. Okay, her eyes are clearly burnt. There's other spots here. Man, I'm never gonna remember this. To reiterate, I remember this puzzle. Or how it works. It is Medusa's head, yeah. We are in Greece. I told you I'm taking you to a vacation in Greece. I'm just casually taking pictures, okay? Terrible pictures with my phone. And there is also one over there, which I have no idea how we get there, but let's first try run and jump here. Yeah, okay. Okay.
The Greeks had an affinity for heavenly bodies.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, well, I don't know then. Let me check that picture. Your only real knowledge of Tomb Raider actually is one movie with Angelina Jolie. I mean, that's good enough knowledge of Tomb Raider. Yeah, okay, so I'm thinking this one hand. Not hand. This one eye. maybe that. Like, I'm not 100% sure. Because there's so many little dots. Oh no, why did I step on that? Okay, so I and the put, I think. That seem... But then again, I'm not sure if we saw the thing correctly. Oh wait, maybe if... Maybe it's like when I step on it, so none of them are glowing here. Oh no, but I can't jump over there. Can I? I mean, we can try. Let's try. What's the worst that can happen? Oh, okay. There we go. So yeah. I can't tell. I mean, obviously nothing changed. Let's see that other one. Oh, okay. Okay, this one is Eye and the Sword. We are brilliant. Oh, okay, this one has things glowing now. Does the other one now have things glowing? I can't tell, guys. I can't tell. Okay, so this one is feet, back and hand. Lower back and hand. Feet, lower and back. Feet, lower back, hand. Okay. Nope. Plunk. Okay.
Chug, 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 chug. Thank you Kyleman underscore for keeping Seb hydrated.
What if? Before I roll that down. What if it just stays in here, like a pressure plate? Because I really want to get that secret. I don't think I ever got it before. Yeah, it's showing nothing. How am I supposed to determine this? Like, I'm assuming it's maybe her eye. And her foot. His foot, sorry. But is it both of the feet? Because the other ones don't show. The one on the sword and on the hand. Can we determine is this a hole or not? Okay, let's try with eye and both feet. Because obviously this is doing nothing. No, like that. No. Brain. Oh wait. I didn't hydrate. I'm sorry. That's the wrong bottle. You're hydrating. Ow. Okay. They see me rolling, they hating. Something. Okay. What? How did I miss that? There we go. I didn't hear anything happen though. Nope, nothing happened. Maybe just Medusa's eye? I'm probably overthinking it, aren't I? But what if it's just that one eye? It is not. It has to be possible to go there. What if it's everything but the eye? Nope. I'm sorry, we're gonna be stuck here a little bit. Maybe just Medusa. Nope. Maybe just whoever killed Medusa. Oh, but it also begs the question, sword or no sword? How did she miss that? It's point blank, Lara. Also not. Yeah, I don't see anything of importance on these images. Okay, maybe with a sword. Perhaps. Or maybe it's all of them. Did we try all of them? Wait, maybe it's all of the opposites ones from what we did. Fuck, what did we do? I forgot which one it was. Okay, give me a sec. Okay. So here it was feet, lower back, and hand. So we have to not do feet, lower back, and hand. Hi, miss. Hello. So it would be this, 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 and this. Perhaps. I'm not 100% sure, but let's try. Yay, finally catching my stream. How are you doing? How are the kittens? That's okay, that's okay. I'm just trying to figure stuff out. It's not that. I don't want to give up on this. I don't want to give up, but I literally have no more ideas of how to do this. I think we tried all combinations. Oh, I love that. I'm doing good. Just confused about this. Because I'm sure the thing... that's okay. It's not rusty. Like, I wouldn't be able to tell that she didn't speak English for a while. Does Lara give us some clues?
The ruins are in very good condition considering their age.
Yeah, thanks. That gives me no. Yeah. Lara is being really unhelpful about how to unlock those there. Oh, those little gates. You wouldn't happen to know. um, maybe it's like the same combination. Did we check when it was just like this combination? No, we did, right? So there is this small gate. Wait. This one. That has a thing inside, and I want the thing inside, but I don't know how to unlock the gate. Or wait, is it just... No, it's not. I can't just hook it and pull it. Okay, never mind. And this gives me no clues, I think. So yeah, I've just been stuck on that, trying to figure that out. With no luck. Oh, I will have an answer later. Okay. So... Ah, okay. Well, then onwards to the next part, I guess. Oh, wait. What if I go more up? I don't think I have to go more up, though. Yeah, no. No, oops. Oh, it's just that. Let's push the ball in. What I'm curious about is how does Pierre, like, we're solving all these puzzles and stuff. How does Pierre just go ahead? Oh, now we have to go up. Okay. Also, he had a shot on Lara. He could have killed her here, but he was nice. He decided not to. Although, okay, maybe he wasn't nice. Maybe he just decided to exploit her. But you know, he could have killed her. He could have, but he didn't. Yeah. Man. Oh, okay. I thought that I will not make that catch. I was like, I'm dead. For sure. For sure now I'm dead. No. Okay. Okay. Close enough. Hmm. Hey. Maybe I should, like, yeah, or maybe not. There should be a checkpoint soon, I think. Okay, I guess we go here. Look up. Oh my god. Okay. So hands, eye, back, knee, feet. Well, sword, hand, eye, lower back, knee, feet. I will not remember that. Wait, let me. Ow! Ow! What? What happened? What? Oh, okay. I see what happened. Yeah, that is a big hit, but I did. No. Okay. This is fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yes, I was trying to remember the layouts of these. Okay. So, sword, arm. Okay, wait. Oh my god. I don't think anyone would ever be able to tell. Tracer, please. You were just outside. Don't be... No. Okay, this is like probably the worst drawing I ever did. But okay. Lower back? No. Oops. Yeah, she is a screamer. She is being so dramatic right now. Ne, Tracer. Okay. Knee, foot. I guess the other leg goes there. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 7. The other foot as well. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Okay. I think I got it. She is giving me such scares, and I need to avoid scares and stress because of my heart, like literally. Tracer is not helping. Because it's out of nowhere, you know. There's just like silence, you know, and we're enjoying our Greece vacation. And then bark.
Chug.
Already again?
For keeping Seb hydrated.
I need to keep a longer timer on this. Oh, okay. Enjoy Squid Game. Thank you for stopping by. You're more than welcome to lurk around. Stop by whenever. But yeah, I appreciate you. Okay, so we said hand, eye, sword, lower back. I mean, it was that foot as well. Knee and this foot. Yes! Thank you, I will. And thank you again for the hint. We got the thing, we got the thing. I have no idea what this is, but we clearly needed it. Okay, clearly. Oh, No! Yes. I'm not sure. I don't think we did this. Did it count it for us? We did do everything right. Alright. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 7. Okay. Oh, it counted. Okay. Well then. Would this be too high of a jump? No, it's okay. Good. Okay, and now the ball has to go in there. They see me rolling. They hate it. Something, 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 something. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey. And I'm guessing the kitties came out there, so we took care of that already. Okay. I think I will share my terrible drawing in Discord later. Oh, come on, please. Would you just focus? Thank you. It's everything. I promise you guys, it's everything. Next thing you know, we're gonna be selling stickers with that image. Oh, I think this is where our save was last time. Like, exactly here. Well, this looks really pretty. Like, I know this game is like super old, but look how pretty this is. I'm stretching, we're enjoying the moment, and I'm catching up on the hydration. Thank you for hydrating me, Kyle. Sorry I ignored it till now. So pretty. 10 out of 10 would visit. Also, do tell me if my mic is like maybe too loud or if I'm too loud and stuff, because I did tweak my settings a little bit earlier today. I wouldn't want to scream anyone's ears off. Okay, so I think I know what this is. I'm pretty sure I have a very famous clip from this area. But from the old Tomb Raider. I do like the rework. Yeah, I really like the rework. I guess I have to jump there. Oh, I see. That's probably what I had to do, right? Okay. What about that one? No. No, I guess that one is already as it should be. It's very hard to judge where I should go. Oh, probably. Oh, okay, okay. Maybe it's not. I could drop down, but also... Yeah, I'm thinking this is our first sort of obstacle. Ooh. Okay, okay. Whatever we do, we shouldn't look down. Looks down. Yeah, that's quite a fall, you know. Mm-hmm. So this one opens Poseidon. Oh, the bats got stuck. There's still one more bat somewhere. Not anymore. No, she would... that looks like super scary. I don't think I can make this. Okay, that did something. I don't know what. It did something. For sure. Was it like that little platform? Was that it? Hmm. Do you think this is reachable? It probably is. Oof. Okay, it is. I just don't know where one would go from there. How would I go about reaching that? Okay. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going anyway. No, that's Atlas that we don't have unlocked yet. That is certain doom. Okay, okay. Something tells me I shouldn't have gone this way. Oh, I think there. See? Oh God, how do I get out of here? Oh, okay. What if I just drop here? Okay. No! That was certainly a trip. Oh yeah, I think that is the little platform thingy. Yeah, I think we managed that. What if I go from here? Like, down here? Please, Lara. Okay. And then, like, is jumping there a possibility? No, no, she did not want to grab there. Okay. We attempted. We attempted poorly. Yeah, I'm guessing that I have to go like this way around somehow. Yeah, grab on top here and then here and somehow jump over here and then go down there. Just Hephaestus. I do believe we should be able to get there though. Somehow. Because we need to trigger this. But okay, let's explore for now. We should probably... Well, we can probably go down here. Yeah. And then over this we can go somewhere. Oh, we can go back up. Okay. And then over this. Okay, well. There, I guess. And there we would go to Hephaestus. Hephaestus? That, yeah. You know. That kind of scared me a little. I thought it's gonna like completely fall. Oh. I think we got it, guys. It's like that. Aha. Okay. Over here. Hey. I passed this there. Okay, I think we got everything here. So now we go back down like that, I guess. This freaking level is massive. Ooh. Okay, I jumped on the very edge. Okay, and I think from here we have to go over there. That's why we shoot that little platform thingy. And then we need to safely fall here. Okay. The falling safely is kinda tricky. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Oh, we got it. Pretty straightforward. Or not. Oh, okay. I see. Okay. Why is there this there? I feel like it's probably no reason. It doesn't seem like it leads anywhere secret. Okay.
Chug.
Again?
Thank you, KyleMan_ for keeping Seb hydrated.
Fine. Hydrating. You're just gonna make me need to pee sooner. Is that the ulterior motive? You just enjoy my BRBs so much? Oh, look, another lever. Yeah. Oh, that one worked. Kinda. Oh, okay. Good thing I haven't adapted anything there. Oh, it's that one. Oh, shit. I don't know if you remember this from the classic Tomb Raider, but I did not enjoy the electricity room. Ow. You know what? Oh. Ow. That was less than pleasant. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ah! Okay, checkpoint. See, now I have to pee. That slotted right in. Okay, I have to go. I'll be right back. You can blame Kyle personally for hydrating me that much. I am back. Okay. Oh, 1 out of 6 artifacts. But there's no relics on here. Okay. There's like... It feels like there has to be 3 of them. But there's only 1. Well, I now can't move this one. Trying to see, like, maybe there's more of them around, but I don't see any. Thank you for the welcome back, Kyle. I don't know where we're moving this one. Like maybe here? Well, I need to move it somewhere so I can jump on something. Oh. Scary. Do I have to move it in front of that? Wait. What would happen? Okay, that's my question. What would happen if we put this... Like if we slide this into here? Because I'm pretty sure we can. Or can't we? Oh, it just keeps getting stuck. Why? Logically, it seems like it should fit right in there, right? I guess not. Gee, I hope I didn't soft lock myself in here. This one does seem kind of lower there, so maybe we just have to go in there. Oh, no, wait. I think I know. Wait. I think I know how to do this. I'm feeling very smart right now. Whoa! Okay, maybe I need to be faster. Move. Okay. I think I can actually do the same for that one. I mean, I'm not saying hydrating isn't healthy. I'm just saying that there's been an awful lot of it. Fuck. Ah! That could have been disastrous. Nope. I'm not sure if this is worth it for all the health it will cost me. Woo. I managed, guys. I managed. Okay. Yes. We're doing it. So what do we do with you? I guess we just toss you down. Is that it? Is that all? Oh. Oh! Another statue. Okay, okay. I see, I see. Still can't move this one into the hammer though. Oh, but I can send it one of the holes. Oh, that does nothing. I'm missing something somewhere. Like, we're missing one statue. Did I miss it in this room somewhere? No, I don't think so. Also, this is a scary room. I don't want to spend more time in it. Oh, wait. Did that just open there? Or did I just not notice that? I guess I just didn't notice that because apparently it was a secret. I don't see anything else in the room. Anywhere else I should go. Like, logically, right, I would want to push this under. Like, it's kind of the perfect size, too. Because see, it's also like the other one. It could be split open. Like, I believe the other thing is inside. Should be, I think. Like, my brain is telling me that this is supposed to get crushed somehow. But not like this, because it's not close enough. Like these, I can't move them out of these places anymore. They're locked in place. And if I step in here, nothing happens. That was kind of close. Oh, it got poked all the way here, I guess. Why? Can I like shoot it in that direction? Like it's moving slightly. I can't believe I'm stuck on this. I must have missed something, right? No. No. I'm just randomly shooting at stuff now because we need this key. It's very important.
Chug, 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 chug. Thank you Kyleman_ for keeping Seb hydrated.
The underscore. The underscore gets me every time. Hydrating. Oh wait. Maybe Lara has something to say.
The statue molds look structurally weak.
Yes, they do. They do. But tell me how to crush this one. Can I bring it up the stairs? No, I cannot. Like, they do look structurally weak. How do I think I messed up, actually. Options. Can I restart? Because I was maybe supposed to like drop one of these on top of this. But no, that doesn't make sense because, okay, I can't get up here without this. So, how the frick do I break you? Like, how do I break this one? Nope. Listen, it was worth a try, okay? Like, logically to me, like, there is a huge fucking hammer. I should put it under the huge fucking hammer, right? So it's kind of impossible that I soft-locked myself. I'm pretty sure I didn't. And this really does look like it fits the mold perfectly. It just doesn't want to go in. Oops. Okay. We're completely restarting the thing. Which, yay. Are you fucking kidding me? It worked this time? I mean, it doesn't fucking matter because now I need to kill myself because we didn't do this one. So, excuse me for a second while I kill myself. Why didn't want to go in last time? Like, this time went in. First try. No issue. What the actual fuck? So now I'm scared to actually like push it in because... Okay, there we go. Kinda. No. Frick. No. Wait. I didn't have to kill myself. I have a way of going up without... And now it doesn't want to go in again. Why? Well, you know what? Fuck it. We can try. Okay. We can try tossing the other one on top of this one. Maybe they break each other. If they don't, oh well, we're gonna do the thing again, but... Well, I guess we have no choice but to attempt and break one with the hammer. Like, the thing fits in perfectly. Or, you know, at least it should fit in perfectly. Okay, now it does. So you're telling me this whole time it was just glitching out on us? What do you mean? Ow. Oh no, no, come on. Oh no. I had to stand on it longer. Trigger is why. Why? Okay, please, just be a good mold and fit in. Where do we go now? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? I literally have no idea, don't ask me. Oh wait, now it's counted that we picked it up? Interesting. But not the last time. Okay. Okay. 3, 2, 1, press. Ooh. And the electricity stops, right? Yes, please. Key of Hephaestus. Electricity does not, in fact, stop. Okay. I shall save. As a save game 8. I shall go pee again because too much liquids and also it's kind of cold. I'll be right back. You should really reconsider hydrating me as much, Kyle. Ah, we survived. Never mind, these don't. Oh! I get it. No! Yes. I got it. I feel so smart right now. Sweet child. I don't know why I'm targeting that. Ooh. Yep, that's another one. Oh gosh. There's a lot of like heights going on here. Oh, okay. Good thing I didn't try this ladder. It's literally dumb ways to die 101. The ladder, I mean, is... Oh, there's levels. Levers down there. Got it. Ooh, okay. Okay. Almost made me lose feelings in my legs. I hate when it does that. Anyone else? No? Just me? No, don't you dare slide back. No. There. Because I'm thinking like that, right? And then we get this little health. Oh, oops.
Kyleman_ for keeping Seb hydrated.
I just sat down. Bully. You bully. Keeping me hydrated. What's the cooldown even? Like 20 minutes? So the thing is with hydrating, since my body doesn't absorb liquid as well, most of it is just, you know, pee. It's just gonna go straight through me. I'm gonna have to pee in like half an hour again. I mean, I still absorb some liquid, so I guess. But yeah. Also, that's why I pee so much, guys. Because everything I drink just goes straight out, kinda. Mostly. Ridiculous. Now, what do I do about this one? Because it's kind of like... Well, it doesn't have a clear cutoff like this. So let me just go a little bit here just to observe. Okay, I think I'm supposed to go, like, I'm supposed to pull this one more and go from up there to there. And then down, jump to there, down, down, drop there, drop there, drop there, but that's that's Damocles. So that's not necessarily where we actually want to go right now. I don't think. Because we have this lever, and if I'm correct, there should be another lever somewhere. So this lever, and I guess it's not there. Where is the last lever? Who knows, I guess. And yeah, we need to go to Poseidon. And to get to Poseidon, we need to head somewhere else. I'm guessing we need to go from there. Also, there's a secret over there, which I'm guessing there should be a way to get. Yeah, if before Atlas we go there and there. Because once we finish Atlas, then we don't have this lower part to grab on. Okay. Now we have this to jump on, so we can go get to Poseidon, like from here to there. Here, I guess nothing on that side. But we do technically have 2 more levers to pull. So we have to pull this lever. And I think we lost the other lever. I don't know where it is. Oh, it's like right there. Okay. So let's figure out how to first get to this one. Do we go up to Atlas, I guess, and then drop down? But that seems like a hefty drop. And like from over here, it seems insanity to even attempt. Right? No. Okay. Okay. Maybe? Maybe it's possible. I doubt it, but shall we try anyway? Because we got a little bit of high ground. That's the worst that can happen. We're gonna die. Yeah. Yep, we're gonna die. Surprisingly, we're just a little bit short. You know, we can try and head to Hephaestus there. Man, I don't like this one bit. I guess we need to go from here to here. And then yes, slide down, jump here. Let go here. So we actually need to go even higher. Okay. Okay. That was pointlessly scary. Okay. Like so, right? Like so. And like that. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. The artifact has been discovered. Oh, wait. Can I? I can. Okay. So we pulled another platform, which can only be good, I guess. And now I'm guessing we have to go here, but then drop down. Hopefully we don't die. Okay. That's not what I had in mind, but it's worked out for the best, I guess. Holy shit. Oh, we can get to Poseidon from over here? Interesting. Well, we can probably get to Poseidon from over here, but I'm not sure. I kind of want to save here. We're gonna override the 8. No, wait. I feel like this might be a little safer, you know? There, Damocles is free, kinda. No, I can't really go back. No, 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 you're supposed to grab Lara, for fuck's sake. Atlas, haha. Okay, so we unlocked all, well, we opened all of them. Which is good, means checkpoint. Now to get back up somewhere. Oh, I guess I'm full on this. Okay. Okay. So we can now go back here. And hopefully we can grab on that and solve Poseidon. Okay. For a moment there, I was certain she's gonna miss. Okay. That was scary. Like, really scary. Okay, that was a fucking weird camera angle. Okay. Weird things happening. No. Okay. Genius, I know. Oh. Okay. Now, there's one problem with Poseidon part. It's in the water. I hate the swimming mechanics over here. But let's do our best. Okay. Before I go further, a little mental health break. Caffeinate my brain cells and all that. Let's go. No, or let's not go. Let's go. I hope I didn't miss anything here. I don't think I did. Oh. Okay. Oh, this looks so pretty. Okay, this we can only pull in the water, so I'm guessing we need to flood this place. There is also stuff underwater that I didn't touch yet, but... what do we do with you? Oh. Literally just move you from blocking the thing, okay. I'm unsure if I was supposed to throw this in the water, but it's in the water now. There's one more level, okay. What's here? Absolutely nothing, okay. So if I just like push this back on. Woohoo. No, Laura, you're supposed to. Please. It's unhinged. Okay, everything is full of water, so I guess we can just jump into the water.
Chug, 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 chug. Thank you, Kyleman_, for keeping Seb hydrated.
It seems like we can't block this one. We can, okay. We just had to try a little harder. Oh, maybe I was supposed to like pull the levers first. That's maybe. Because if I jump back down, I don't know how to get back up. There doesn't seem to be a possibility. Okay, wait. Let's just pull all of the levers first. Let's see what that does before we drain all the water. Seems like a good plan. Also, Kyle, I will hydrate in just a moment. Okay, okay. And then if we dive in more, there should be another lever somewhere. This one. Oh, I'm kind of running out of her. Oh god. That was so freaking close. Okay. I mean, we definitely have to go back up there at some point. But for now, let's block the waters again. Just until I figure out what the heck we're doing. No. Aha. I guess it's haha. Ow! Okay. I did not expect it to be this shallow. What? Why is it this shallow? Oh, and this doesn't seem to go anywhere. Did I mess up? Was I not supposed to go here? Oh, shoot. I feel like I was supposed to go here, but there's literally nothing here. I am very confused right now. Maybe I just have to, like, drag this thing somewhere? I guess we'll be on this side. Okay, okay. I will stretch. I will hydrate. Yeah, yeah. I will do both. Oh, there's a hole with water. Oh, wait. We came from here, didn't we? Yeah, we came from here. I'm so confused as to what we have to do here. I mean, we have a little raft here now. That's about it. Anyway, hydrating. I don't even know if I hydrated or not. And stretching. And actually, I'm kind of cold, so let me just bundle up in a blanket. There we go. Okay. So, what the frick am I supposed to do here? Cause like, no man, I'm just lost. Like, why do I have this little raft now? Is there anything specific I should be doing with the little raft? Mm-hmm. I'm just pulling it so it doesn't get blocked by the bridges. No. Up. There we go. Oh. Oh, okay. Wait. Wait. I think I figured it out. Okay, block that water again. Okay, bring raft in this triangle. Oh. And then I can jump off of it to do stuff, I guess. Oops. Okay, I'll go here. Okay. Wait, is it not? Yeah, it's gonna get stuck under there. So let's just pull it a little bit over here. Like that. I think that's good now. Yeah, I think we got it. Yeah, it should be good. Now we release the water. I said we release the water. Here we go. Release the Kraken. And now from here, we can jump on here. Yeah. We figured it out. I think. I hope. I'm not actually sure if we figured it out or not. I think we did. And then we can block this water again. Hey, big brain. No. Not as a big brain. This almost seemed a little too easy. Yeah, almost a little too easy for this one. Once we figured it out. But that's alright. Let's see. So we did Poseidon. Oh, okay, so now that we solved it, it's smoking. Okay, so we can't, make a mistake and go back to it. Watch me make a mistake. Okay, so I guess we need to do Atlas and Damocles. Damocles? Words. Words are hard. So let's head to Atlas first. Let's figure out how to get there. Was it like over this somehow? No, that's lower. No, that was for okay. Okay. Not okay. There. Okay. No, we just came from here. But let's go up. And more up. Oh, I can't go more up. Interesting. Okay. I was a little too short to reach that. But that's okay. I'm guessing we can reach that. Yes, we can. Okay. Woohoo. Okay. Can I jump on that? Yeah, I can. Why did we say we had to jump here? What was it that we were getting to? I don't know. Was it just this health pack? No. It wasn't just the health pack. Whoa. You saw nothing. Nothing happened. Okay, so why were we going here? From here we can go down and oh, from here we can get to Damocles. I guess we can go to Damocles first. Also, I'm probably butchering the name. I'm sorry. But yeah, I guess that's what we were trying to reach from here. First though, let's grab that little health pack because I'm sure it will be super useful. Now I'm a little confused here because reasons. Let me see. Oh yeah, she can grab here. So maybe we just have to like push this all the way there. So we can like grab here. But no, that doesn't make sense. That makes zero sense. In fact. Look, we can move this, that much is clear, but I don't think it does anything for us. Because, like, the whole edge is jagged here. Huh. And I was certain we can... oh, no. It does something for us. It does something for us. Because we can lean onto it, probably. Yeah, it does do something for us. Okay. Because if we're just hanging there... yeah, now we can jump. Okay. Okay. That makes all of the senses. Oh my god. Please, Lara, how do you safe drop? Okay. No, we could. Yeah, there we go. Got it. Let's see. Man, all of these broken gates. Oh. Nani? Oh, now it works? Oh, okay.
Chug, chug, chug. Thank you, Kylerman _ for keeping Seb hydrated.
Why doesn't she want to grab that? Oh, now she does. Can I? Oh, she can push that. Because I'm thinking... Uh-huh, uh-huh. Big brain. Big brain strats are not working. Why are you too short to jump there? What do you eat? Oh no. I'm pretty sure this is how it's supposed to go, no? Go? No go? No, no, please. Nah, so close. Can I like back jump? No. No, she fell again. Freaking. Because this one's this one's full, like way faster. No. I think I have to push it in. Like, it's the only thing that logically makes sense, but no. She doesn't want to grab on top. Like, she's just a little too short for it, I guess. Can I? I'm very confused right now. Yeah, like, this seems even less possible. Okay, let's just try without it. Just like this. And just grab on this. Oh, no. No, because her weight, like, literally pulls that down. Okay. So the stone has to be in for the thing to work. But she doesn't reach. Why doesn't she reach? Please explain this to me. Like, logically, she's supposed to be able to reach. Maybe the rock didn't fall the right way? But if that's the case, I don't know how to flip it. Because, I mean, no, it does seem like a perfect square, so the rock shouldn't be the issue. What am I doing wrong? We're in the Hole of Damocles, right? Did I hydrate, by the way? I have no idea. but okay, so every time I do that, every time I do try that, is the gate just immediately starts closing down. Yeah. Like as soon as I touch the doors, they just start closing down. I don't know what that was. Okay, that was a bullshit jump. Yeah. And, like, I don't even have a split second. Oh, you think I have a bug? God damn. Yeah, see, I touch the door and they just immediately start going down. Like, I don't... I am trying to be, like, super fast and everything. I did it! I did it! I did it. I somehow did it. I don't know how. I don't care. There's literally... To be fair, I did run out in a fair amount of bugs over here. I don't know why I'm doing that. Oh, yeah, hydrating. Again, I'm unsure if I already did hydrate, but... I don't trust this floor. It looks dangerous. Oh, look, a key. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Okay. I guess I didn't mute. But hi, I'm back. I was so sure I muted the mic. Okay. I hope you didn't hear like the toilet flushing and stuff. Mm. Anyway, how do we feel about it? What happened? Did she just like trip? Oh, she just maybe tripped a little bit. Yes, this seems too easy, which makes me believe if we attempt, we will die. There has to be a catch. There has to be a catch. There is some things to climb on, apparently. Nothing from down here. Oh, and these things are locked. Thank you for the welcome back, Kyle. Does this have anything to do with like these? Oh, but nothing is happening. Never mind, they don't seem dangerous for now. Okay, there is some sort of a lever over there. Do we somehow climb on these pillars? No? Because like I can grab this ledge and these ledge. These ledges are grabbable. Ah. Okay. There's some swords over there. Was it just lucky not to like hit them? If I go like here. No? Nothing happens? Okay. Okay, maybe I need to attempt to grab this. Okay, yeah, I think I needed to attempt. Little sharp swords, okay. Okay. I don't know if like... No, I guess these swords are not climbable. That scared the living shit out of me. Whoa! Why did I jump on the swords? Okay. These seem closed for now. Mm-hmm. Do these ever move? Can I like sneak? Ow, nope, nope. No old Tomb Raider strats. Okay, got it. Ow. Ow, no. I think I figured it out. I think I figured out how to go about it. Oops. The exit is there. The exit is that way. Okay. So the white ones are open for two rotations, but the red ones just for one. Oh, no. Okay, we need to do this more carefully. It's okay. It's okay. We got this. No! I was bamboozled! I was bamboozled, that's not how it works. Oh. I guess I just had to run to the other white one. Okay, let's try. Okay, I don't know if this will poke out or not. Ooh! This was so close. Why am I doing this? What?
Chug, 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 chug. Thank you, Kyleman_, for keeping Seb hydrated.
Okay, I'm guessing I have to go here. Okay, wait. Nope. Well, still hydrating. I went to pee like 3 times already this stream. Or was it 4? Kind of thinking maybe for next year we should bring the P counter back. Okay, I need to mentally prepare. This is not as easy as it seems. Ultimately, I think we need to reach that lever there. Yeah, I assumed. It was 3 or 4 times. Do you have like a little Pomodoro timer to let you know when my hydrate comes off cooldown? Lol. I mean, that's a dedication, honestly. Okay, I'm not ready yet. Ow. Ow. That was so unnecessary. Ow. That was a lot of ouchies. Not me just like running straight into the blades. Okay. Safe. Not safe. Ow! You believe? Well, that makes one of us. Ow! Okay, okay. We passed the first part. No, there's some random swords that are falling down. Are those all of them? Okay, there's one there. And there's two there. Okay. Let's try and trigger them. Not like that! Man. I just, you know, wanted to be smart, so I don't die later to forgetting that the swords are falling from there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah, okay. Like, the trick is... I don't know what the trick is. Like, I need to trigger them somehow, just to make them all fall. Because if I don't trigger them now, I'm gonna die to them. Like, almost 100%. Okay. Those are all the swords here, I believe. We just have those three. So, like, here. Okay. And then, like, here. No. No! Ah! Oh, now I triggered that one. Okay. Okay. So the other one wasn't triggered. What the fuck? I tried to trigger it like 5 times. I am not a fan of this level. Ow. I prefer the ones that test my smarts and not my reflexes, because I have reflexes of a dying cat. How even? Like, I call bullshit on that last death. I call bullshit. That was bullshit. Come on, swords, trigger. Maybe if I just walk like on the edge. Ooh. Maybe I don't have to trigger all the swords. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Will I have to return this way? I don't see any reason why I would have to. So we don't have to clear swords on this side, and this side I think is now safe. Okay, we just need to notice the pattern here. I don't know what the pattern here is. Okay, this one. That one. That one. Then this one, okay. And then run away, okay. So that, and then there. Okay. Did I give up on multicasting? Yeah, for now I gave up on multicasting. Because my other option was Kick, which I didn't like, and for YouTube I'm already like uploading videos there anyway. So yeah, I'm thinking eventually if I ever get like approved for TikTok Live, then I might do Twitch and TikTok, because I don't really like the YouTube format. I'm not even a fan of TikTok format for streaming, but some people like it, so. Oh, why did I run in? Why did I run in? Yeah. Again, I'm not a fan. I rarely watch TikTok lives. I can't be arsed, honestly. I do have a few friends that I follow on TikTok, but like one of them streams on Twitch also, so I just much rather watch him on Twitch. And the other one that streams on TikTok, I just don't watch him in general anymore. Which also kind of like, I don't understand why he transferred to TikTok, because he's partnered on Twitch. I guess he was just getting better engagement. But then again, we also didn't talk in a while. Oh, no. Ah, come on, it was so close. We were so close. Also, I gave up on triggering the swords. It seemed too dangerous. Yeah. Again, I just... Holy fucking shit. I just stood there. I just stood there. It's so close, man. It's so... Mm. It was a minor miracle, I agree. Oh god. Okay. We noticed the pattern, so... Oh no. Whew. Okay. Okay. No, 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 no. Why did she bounce off of the swords like that? If she didn't bounce off, I could have made it. I was so close. Ow. Okay, I'll see you in a bit. I'm not promising that I won't solve this while you're away, but I probably won't. Or I will. Someone clip that for Boruto. I did it. Oh god. That's all lovely, but how do I get there? I want this. I think they expect me to fucking jump there, which... by some miracle... happened? What the actual fuck? Oh, that has a thing on the other side. Okay, so if I manage to get to the other side somehow and pull the lever, how the fuck do I do that? Why am I here? Because I can't grab on anything there. Okay, like that, I guess. Oh wait, it's rolling down? Oh, fuck me. Oh no, it did stop. Oh, because it's closed. How does one get back? I guess one doesn't simply go back. Ooh. Okay. Can I just like jump over there? Yeah, okay, I can. We checkpointed. Oh. Wylar, come on. What do you mean? She really just doesn't want to grab up there. I guess she's too low for some fucking reason. Although everything kind of indicates that is this we have to do. Yeah, okay. Okay, wait. Was it with Y? Yeah. Okay.
Chug, 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 chug. Thank you Kyleman_ for keeping Seb hydrated.
Something is going on with my rope, and I'm not happy with that. Okay, got it, got it. Okay, let me hydrate real quick. Okay, there we go. Hydrated. Okay, so now we have to get there. To pull this lever. I don't know what this lever does. Oh! It got rid of the corners, corner swords. So we don't have to die like little bitches anymore. Okay. That's that. We got a thing. Okay, it didn't get rid of this corner sword. But it did get rid of this one. And of this one. Which, thank fucking God. Oh. Don't mind that. Nothing happened. Nothing. Nothing. No one has to go anywhere, but I want you. No! How in the holy fuck did I survive this? Maybe I should, like, heal. I don't know why I did 2 small ones. I should have done... I'm positively traumatized by all this. No! That bounce at the end was... What's even... You did checkpoint that I took the thing, right? Right? I think it did. I just want to get, like, higher ground to actually see. Yeah, okay. Well, at least we don't have to do that fucking thing again. Oh god. Oh man, that's the worst. I'm so sorry, Proto. So, we did manage to pass the thing once. But now we have to do the other part, which I did it once. It went great, but now it's not going so great. I just became completely incompetent now. So that's the update. Okay, hug the pillar. Turn around. There we go. Good job, Lara. Woohoo. Okay. And now we do have to jump there. No, 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 no. I'm losing my mind, bro. I'm losing my mind. Insanity. Peak insanity. Okay. Understandable. Yeah. Let me do the stretch. Okay. Okay. Jumpy here. Basically, we have to jump over there. I don't think we can do that from all the way over here. So, we have to, once again, jump here, right? Okay. No! She's somehow supposed to jump from that to this pillar. And I somehow did it first try, but now when I have to do it again, it's literally the most impossible thing. I literally have a newfound respect for speedrunners of this game. Like, I had mad respect for them before, but now even more so. I am not confident at all. I think maybe that's the problem. I am well aware that that's the thing I'm gonna do once and never again. But I'm hoping, I'm hopeful that I can do it at least once more. No, now she did breaks. Please, Laura, what are we doing? Yes, okay. No. Man. I'm not wasting my health packs on this. I'm not. I'm not even acknowledging the swords that are like falling on me. Is there no other way to get there? Oh, God. I'm gonna try to jump from here. Well, that went as well as one could expect. No shortcuts, I guess. Man. Okay. I'm doing my best. I know my best isn't good enough currently, but I'm trying. Maybe I don't know what else I could do. Maybe I go like a little more up. Would that help at all? No. Oh my god! Oh my god! We did it! Okay, okay. See, if we're playing classic Tomb Raider, I would save right here. 'Cause yeah, but we're not, so we're doing checkpoints. So now we have just a few things to do. Okay, okay. 1 done. 2. 3. Okay, okay. We're making it happen. Okay, okay. We made it happen. Okay. Now the tricky part. We need to roll this. And then we need to be fast. Haha. Oh man. Like, part of me is like, okay, this is it, we have to call it a day here. But no, we have one more chamber to pass. Oh. There's one more chamber left. Ow. We got this. Let's end on a win. Oh. We're gonna end on a win. We're gonna do the last chamber. We're gonna unlock all of the things, and we're gonna end there. The last chamber is... Where the fuck is the last... Oh, there. Atlas. Still a belief for now. Good, good. It's important. It's the most important. Am I supposed to like be able to jump up there? Oh no. I'm supposed to like drop here. Okay. Because, okay, so our end goal is to unlock these. And we have 3 keys out of 4. So we're getting the 4th now. Yes, there. The last key. We got this, I believe. Brota's believing made me believe too. We can make this happen. Okay, we probably need to jump from here to there. Okay, we did Poseidon. So, okay. Okay. Okay, where is Atlas? No? There is Atlas. Okay, how do we get to Atlas? That's the better question. Okay, from up there. Got it. Man, I don't think you could pay me to do this in real life. There is no amount of money that would make me do this in real life. And Lara is like doing it for free. I don't know why it's still targeting. We got the platform there, so it's a little weird, but okay. Ideally, I could just jump there, but no. Nico! Nico, hi, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. How is your stream? I almost said Brota, can we get a shout out? Then I realized Brota is not a mod on my channel. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. I'm a professional streamer, everyone. I think I spelled it correctly. Yes, I did. But yes, guys, go follow Nico. They're amazing. Yeah. More Cobblemon. Nice. Nice. I really liked what I've seen from Cobblemon yesterday on your stream. But yeah, so hi for everyone new here. Name is Seb. I do games and co-working streams. I forgot words apparently and stuff because yes. So currently we're passing through Tomb Raider games. We are on Tomb Raider Anniversary. In the mornings we do co-working streams and Sims. Depends which days. Which days what. Yeah, that's am I forgetting something? Maybe. You can find a lot of chaos here. So yeah, welcome to the chaos. We do a lot of adventuring. No bots. No. I didn't jump in time. I didn't jump in time. Yeah, I'm very good at this game. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. I try. I enjoy it. That's... Yeah. No, but it sure hurt when I fell from top of whatever this is. Temple? Some sort of temple? Something? St. Francis Folly. So this is the basement of St. Francis Folly. I think that's what the level is called.
It appears that 4 keys are needed to open the large door at the bottom of the room.
Yeah. Lara is very useful, gives amazing advice as always. What am I missing here? I'm sorry. Okay, nothing. I did go the right way. You need to sit down and be forced to make commands for your... Okay, yes. You can sit down with me and force me to activate my bots and relearn the commands. I'm pretty sure the bot has like an update by now as well. Because we did a lot of work for it.
Shug.
Oh my god!
Thank you, Pocket Bro, for keeping Seb hydrated.
You managed to use it before Kyle? Do you know that Kyle has a Pomodoro timer? Oh my god, you also have a timer. Oh god. So both you and Kyle have a timer for my hydrate. I'm sorry, that's amazing. Yeah. 2 raccoons making a whole person or something like that. Is it 3 raccoons in a trench coat? I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry. My brain wandered off. Okay. We have to go more up, right? Okay, so Atlas is here. Yeah, we need to go up. And I need to... Do I need to jump from here? If it feels like I need to. Yeah, I need to jump from here to that. Okay. Okay. So the logic track, I just lack the necessary skill. That seems to be an issue in a lot of things. Like, I can do the logic, but the skill is an issue. Wait. Am I supposed to be on this rock in particular? We literally climbed this moments ago. So why am I dumb? Oh, okay. I just didn't see a part. Go dinner, go dinner. Yes, go gnomes. Thank you for believing in me, and have good gnomes. I'll see you later. Bye. Oh, okay. I started swiveling, sweeveling, swivel. Yeah, it's okay. The caption understands me. Yeah, I started swiveling. Okay. No. I refuse. Okay. We can do this. I think I picked up all of the secrets. The secret there is picked up, right? Yeah. Okay. The final room. Interesting. Ow. Why is there a bar there? That's very curious. What does this button do? Oh, okay. Well, I see no way in which that can go wrong. But also, does this... Like, is it just me? Or does this look like a very scary face? Also, yes, raiders, if you're like thirsty, hungry and stuff, I do understand you have to do stuff after, so go take care of yourselves. My brain is scattered all over, so yeah. I'm really unsure what I'm doing here. Oh, I guess this is full. Okay. So you're now telling me that somehow I need to get over there. Well, logically, yeah, I don't see a way how I can right now. Ow. What do you mean? No. It didn't touch me, no. What if I do them in different order? Woohoo. Okay. That wasn't as scary as I thought it would be. Oh, also now. Well, he doesn't have another atlas that he can throw on us, so I guess there is that. Oh, but there might be one problem. Because we did a thing here. Because we needed it, technically. But, I don't know how to get back. Guys. Guys, how do I get back? Oh no. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything behind Atlas. But like it broke the thing. It broke the thing for us and... Oh wait, can I? No. I can't do that. I can't believe this is what I'm stuck on, how to get back. Yeah, I can't aim at things anymore. Hey Joe, don't make it down. Take a sad song and make it back. Oh, okay. Remember I guess because this one didn't have the clicky timer, so that's why. Guys, we basically kinda did it. That's all of them. Okay, now the question is, how do we get it down? Logically. Oh, okay. I guess that works too, logically. Remember to let your heart, then you can start make it better. Okay, let's do this one by one.
No.
No, wait, which one? Which color was it? Blue. Okay. One. Two. Three. And last but not least, 4. Guy, we did it. Although I think our time is wrong. 5 hours? What? So we've only been live for 4. We found all artifacts. And we unlocked nothing. And we would like to save our progress. As here. Yes. Hey. But yeah, I think this is where we end for the day. You know? Oh, we can save our progress here. I don't think it's gonna matter. I think we're still gonna, yeah. Okay. Let's find someone to leave you guys with. Yes, that seems like the bestest plan. The bestest plan. Okay, we did Tomb Raider. You know what? Let's go raid Timmy. Timmy's doing Tomb Raider. Some glitchless runs of Tomb Raider 2 remaster. So yeah, we can say hi to Timmy. My praise of speedrunners, like yeah. Yeah, and speedrunners are different type of people, different caliber of people. Go say hi, enjoy some speedruns, and I will see you tomorrow with some co-working and some Toem. But until then, as always, stay excellent, guys. Bye! I still don't have outro music.